All right, welcome back. Right on. So we are back in the build world, and we've got some colossal ships in the distance. And I would like to say that I finally cracked the nut on building a large ship. Now, I don't mean I've cracked the nut on building large ships in general, merely that I've managed to finally get one started that I'm happy enough with. There's lots of room for improvement, but it is, um, how do I put it? Like this ship, that one right there in the center, um, that over there, I think also, yes. Basically, all the colossal size ships that I've worked on in past streams, I've kind of like been going through the motions where I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, I guess this is what I'm working with, and I've not been terribly happy with them. I keep saying like, got to get the bad ones out the way, right? Well, I don't know that I go so far as to say I've gotten all the bad ones out of the way, but I was able to finally get started on a whole design that I liked. So I'm gonna pop that in here and continue working on that. And I got a little bit of practice. Actually, before I do that, I got a little bit of practice past couple days. So the group that I've been playing with, they have a game they play, which I think is quite creative. I've never heard of it before, but I haven't played with like groups of people in a long time. Um, so we'll let that log in. So what they do is they do like this, right? Oh yeah, let's get something a little easy to work with. So do like this. So a couple people. I guess the easiest is two people, but you can make variations to handle more. So they'll do something like this, right? Well, they'll say like, all right, there's the blueprint, and then they'll say, or there's the drawing board, I guess you could say, right? They'll say, okay, um, nope, not that. And we'll do that. So then what they'll do is they'll say like they'll work together and say they'll basically paint out some sort of profile. Right? So like that, right? So that might be the profile. That's that is terrible. And then what they'll do is one person will so this is like if you're looking top down at the ship, this is the outline, right, of the outer edges. So then one person will build from here up. The other person will build uh, from here down. So they might come through like be like, oh, okay, we're gonna so, and then this will be full row, this, and then like this. Like this is kind of my style here. I like them kind of tend to make them kind of blocky, right? And you do whatever you want, right? And the other person will be down here, sort of doing the same thing, right? They might be like, oh well, I think round blocks are the shit. This is the way to go, like so, right? And they might be like, oh, and then this part, oh man, this needs to come like way down. Oh, let's go ahead and use that. Like they may be like, oh, this will come like down, and like you can there's no rules, right? Other than you got to extend from that point, right? So the person down here might be like, oh, it's got this, and then you know, it's got this piece up here, like so, right? So you get a top and a bottom half, and then when you're done, what they do is they delete this row. So go boop, and then they come back with you know, some merge blocks or whatever, and they just take the top and the bottom and connect them, and then you know, you get a ship, and you got like this interesting hull design that kind of merges two different architectural or design styles, and you know, part of the challenge might be making the top and bottom um, merge in a good way. Like at its simplest, you would just use merge blocks and push them together, right? But if you've got, you know, slopes coming together in different ways, you know, you might need to actually add a row of blocks in there and do some armor shaping to really make it work. So anyway, so the friend of mine was telling me about this game that they play or whatever. And he showed me a hole. He's like, here's an example. And so he showed me this hole, which I didn't save a copy of. And we were talking about he was explaining how the rules worked, and then we're also talking about how like this one will work. He was saying it's kind of funny because a lot of ship designs, especially if you take like just the hull, and especially well, say especially, but like if you take a ship and you put it on its side and then you mirror that to the other side, a lot of times you get a second ship design that's just as cool, if not cooler, than the first, which I thought was a really fun observation. And then another observation is that if you take a ship, no matter what, and sometimes you can take wherever the front is and wherever the back is, and simply say, oh, you know what? This side is the front now, and the other side's the back, and you get a whole new design. And a lot of times it can work pretty well, especially for larger ships that don't really have like a really super clear like design. Like you take like a fighter jet, that's not going to work, you know, or something like that. But it seems to work real well for like the bigger ships, the more abstract or kind of spacey ships, I guess. Anyway, yeah. So we were talking about that. Anyway, so he popped in this hole, and I was like, you know what? I've been working on. Oh, hello, people. Hello, Robert. Hello, Luck. Welcome. So anyway, I've been working on this big ship, you know, trying to crack that nut, and so they my friend, he loaded in this hull, and I was like, I feel like taking a shot at completing that, because it's just the hull. There was no anything else. So that is what I loaded in over here. So I figured I'd kind of do a quick tour of that, because while I'm sure that I don't even know if it's good or bad, but I have no doubt that many people can do far better. I still enjoyed making it, and I am quite happy with how it turned out, given that I don't normally make ships this size. So here we go, real quick. In the front, it's a warship. So in the front, we've got 10 railguns. That seems like a good idea for a warship. We've got hangar doors that'll come down and protect it during normal travel. Overall, I've got a nice dark blue camo scheme, which I thought, this is the world where I built it, so I figured that the kind of dark blue camo sort of works with the skybox. Anyway, and then some white highlights, because you can't have everything be 100% super practical, and it's the highlights, I think, that make a lot of the vanilla spaceships really stand out. So anyway, it's covered in turrets. I think there are 65 turrets total. So I've got these little small grid turrets, which are for anti-missile defense. Yeah, there's no mess hall. No, there's no mess hall. Uh, this is not. Yeah, this is not a like long range endurance type ship. I mean, it could have been. I didn't. I didn't build it like that. You'll see. I'll do the inside. It's not. It's not super elaborate. You'll see. Um, so I mean, basically, I put lots of thrusters everywhere. It's got 5 railguns, left and right, configured for like a broadside battle. I don't know honestly. The maneuverability and acceleration of this thing, I would consider are extremely poor. But for a ship this size, I mean, I think poor is probably standard. So I don't know how it compares to other ships of the same size, but anyway, I did have to do some armor shaping. I tried to stick with the original um, patterns that the original designers had used. Um, these two can probably go. Just continue those lines down there. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh no. Well, whatever. Anyway, moving on. Yep. So got a mix of it's mostly assault turrets, but I did mix in some artillery. Um, After flying this for a little bit, I kind of realized like I've always I admire the artillery guns aesthetics, but I've always found it to be rather ineffectual. And I discovered while flying this beast that now I know what they're good for. Right? It's for fighting things this big because the ships I fly, artillery really can't hit if you're aware that someone's shooting it at you and you are not ridiculously close. I can pretty reliably evade incoming artillery fire, but a ship like this is not going to evade at all. So anyway, once I realized that, I was like, oh, I should probably then throw some on there. So it's got some artillery. They're kind of clustered more towards the front and on the sides, and then everything else is filled in. There's a lot of assault turrets. Got some up here, and then underneath we've got some more anti-missiles, some lateral thrusters. I don't. So one thing I did have to change was the original hull had basically it was 2 layers of heavy armor everywhere, and then behind that was like all these hangar doors, um, and that would be because the guy who designed the bottom half of this, that is how he builds. He builds like super robust, heavy duty, like just tanks, spaceship tanks, and those are the techniques that he uses to get that high survivability. And I did have to dispense with some of those doors just to free up space inside, as well as make room for things to poke outside like engines and turrets. Um, but I did, out of respect for his original design, I did keep this all heavy armor. I would probably, if I was going to use this, I would probably convert it all to light armor. I think, given the maneuverability and speed, converting it all to light armor would probably make it. I think that would help it quite a bit. So, anyway, got some nice row of thrusters on the back. A lot more anti-missile turrets, and then some big thrusters. A cluster. I like doing this, like having this kind of central set of thrusters down here. I think it's a really cool look. And then some little, almost like what I would call under the wing, almost like armpit, like the wings were here. If this was a bird, or something. Anyway, I think it's pretty neat. Tons of up thrusters. I didn't have a strong idea for how much thrust I would need, except I felt like for something this big, no matter how much you have, it's almost guaranteed to be not enough to make it maneuverable. I think the goal for these types of ships is generally mobile, not maneuverable. I don't really know. It's just kind of from what I've seen. Anyway, this is the bridge. To get into the bridge, you come back here. Come in, turn my light out. Got a nice extended airlock, and then here, boom. So the bridge is a little deceptive. Um, from outside, it's the top two rows. So I decided to sink it down into the hull of the ship. That way, anyone who's trying to snipe the bridge, if they're any distance, the shot should go straight through. And then down here, you're a little safer. That's the theory, anyway. Since there's a group of us playing on this server for the Never Surrender scenario, not that this was necessarily going to be used there. That was where my mind was at the time. I put in a bunch of seats that could be used for gunner stations. I figured with 65 turrets, there's enough for plenty of people. So you got a medical bay, a medical room right here. You've got direct cargo access here, and you can do emergency and normal, and then off, and then there's this button will close every door on the ship. They got that, and boom, fill up. So that's back outside where I came in. We got up here. The actual bridge windows I kept as more of like an observation area, so you can look out. It's very very World War II-esque, right? Where you've got the tower and you can see all the guns in front of you. It's kind of neat. Then you can come down here, and basically you enter the superstructure. It's not pressurized, so down nor does it have gravity. So down here, it's almost like maintenance, I guess. You come down here, you can get access to the fuel production, and then you need to get to the front of the ship. You can get up in here, and this is not like, oh, sorry, it's not it's not a interior, like a habitable interior. It's just like there's room to get to stuff, and it probably looks awful. But I did keep it as simple as I could and straightforward. Like there's no, it may look like it, but there's not really any like piping that like backtracks on itself or super redundant or anything like that. These are some of those doors that that guy had put in. So like I said, I only deleted them when I needed to. That I would not personally build like that. But I get it. Like he builds like super like heavy stuff, and I don't. So we're just opposite on that front. So but again, I was trying to respect the origin of the exercise and where it came from. So up here we've got access to all the railguns, and I tried to keep it so you could really get access to everything to repair stuff. Now here is about the only place there's redundancy. So we've got individual conveyors for each pair of guns that runs back, and I did keep that for damage redundancy. And I suppose like I could have joined all these into a single line and run them back, but they're in the front, and yeah, it's a little bit of redundancy, but for the most part, everything else is pretty much a straight line from wherever it is, like whatever I'm connecting to the nearest conveyor line. Oh, I have a tool I can pop up to show how that looks. So it's a bunch of jump drives. It has about, right now, it's fully loaded and armed, and has one of these containers. Oh, shit. Oh, well, I take it back. That was completely full of ice. I guess it's all been processed. When it was completely full of ice, and with all this extra ammo and fuel, 2,000 uranium in all 4 of the main reactors, and yeah, I guess all that would basically that's the normal, what I figured would be the normal loadout. It had a jump range of 1,200 kilometers, which I think is not bad, right? That's definitely enough to be maneuverable around the battlefield, and then also not entirely useless as for long distance travel. So anyway, I'm pretty sure you can get to just about every functional block you need to if you need to make repairs. I don't have any welders or anything in here, but there's plenty of space. I suppose if you wanted to flesh things out, you probably could. Um, Under here is a bunch of gyros, so I did not provide access to that because I built that before I remembered I should probably provide access to everything. So anyway, if you don't go down here for the maintenance stuff, you could have continued. That would the bridge was up here. The bridge was up there. So if you come down here, instead of continuing down there to the front like I just did, you can instead continue to the reactor deck. Currently open to the outside, but it can be closed. This is also where the ship would get its resupply. It's got containers or collectors, so you can just sort of throw stuff at it, as well as connectors. So it does require someone to extend a docking connection down to make that supply drop. But that seemed reasonable to me. So it's got its own gravity back here. It is pressurized when the doors are shut. And then there's also access to the aft area where does not look like the same color orange. Anyway, the aft area, which is basically all the thrusters and a bunch of fuel. That's also probably not. I don't know how easy it is to get to everything back here. Might be possible. This was also some of the first stuff that I added when I was building. So and I hadn't kind of remembered like, oh, I should probably design so you can get to everything. Because I know one of the builders, like that's a big deal for him. He likes to have everything accessible. So and again, like in general, I build like that for my non-combat stuff because but I didn't think about it for this. And curiously, I was thinking about it because we were talking about it the other day when for the reason I build for the non-combat stuff is because the ability to walk to something and repair it to me is more of a role-playing like element, whereas combat to me is more of a gamey sort of thing, right? It's not like, yeah, you have combat in a normal game, but for like if I'm building something like this, like we're building to have a fight, you know, and there's probably not much. I don't know. I mean, I know there's exceptions to everything, but yeah, I just kind of figure like most of the time when people build and play with ships like this, like they're just like, hey, let's build big ships and fight them, you know. So I don't really think about like, oh, I need to handle the aftermath and be able to repair stuff, you know. Anyway, I was pretty happy with how it turned out. Again, I have no idea if it's actually any good or not. But I think it's neat looking. There are a lot of elements that aren't really the sort of style of building that I would personally do. But that was part of the appeal, you know, was part of why I was like, hey, let me take a shot at it, see what I can do, you know. So so yeah, and I called it the Tiger because I don't know, I thought this would be a good place to put like a ship name or something, but I didn't want it to get too excessive, so I put down seven spots, and I was like, all right, what can I come up with? And I was like, you know, TIGER and then a number. Okay. So yeah, that's what I used. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of like I think this is my first Colossal warship. Granted, like I said, the hull is not mine. But it did everything else. I think that's something. So a long line of, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Whether it's any good or not, it was a great experience for me working on it. So yeah. So anyway, so we're gonna. Holy smokes! I missed a lot of chat. What do we got here? Oh hey, I don't know. Yeah, you're the guy I was talking about. Just you, just yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. Gravity drives. Yeah. I was trying to keep it simple, right? Obviously, I wasn't going for um I was just trying to like complete the project, you know? Like in game development, you know, there's saying that a great game that's not finished is there's a saying like there's not a saying, but it's common knowledge that like in game development, right? It doesn't matter how good your game is if it's not done, it's not done, right? So a bad game that's done is better than a good game that's not, you know. So I was like, I just wanted to like do it, you know, and learn as a learning experience. So yeah, and then that's part of the reason I didn't go too hard on trying to fully optimize internal space and like build out all the decks and everything. I'm like, you got a command deck and you got the power area, and you can get to between them, get to the internal superstructure area to make repairs, and yeah, just figured you know it leaves room for improvement, you know. So it was definitely not intended to be like any sort of uh, template or example of like, you know, oh, the best way to build, you know, warships or anything like that. So how many hundreds of gyros does it need? I don't recall. And I don't think they're numbered anymore. Um, let me go find a terminal somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, I know. I can do this. 333 gyros. I guess that's a few. Oh, I guess I can fly it around, can't I? Yeah, let's fly it around. Personally, I prefer like I prefer internal gravity everywhere. So like even just having gravity in the two little deck areas is not, it's kind of not really my personal design style. But again, I was really trying to be experimental and learn. Yeah, so here we go. We are hauling ass. I mean, it looks cool. uh, zoom. Oh yeah, we are flying now. Let's shoot the shooties. Oops. Oh shit. Cool thing is, right? It can do that. It can even be trying to charge its jump drives, and it's got the power for it. Which I think is pretty cool. Anyway, let's see. Let me finish catching up on chat before I move on. Oh, hello, Ramboli. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I would have liked to have showed what I started with, but I didn't save that. Oh, oops. I had mentioned that I think right before you jumped in. Unfortunately, I did not save a copy of just the hull. Um, if I had no plans to even show it. Like I showed it to you guys and shared it. I hadn't thought this far ahead. If I had, I definitely would have saved the hull. Yeah, so you could see kind of where it started from and where it ended up. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. So cool. All right, I'm all caught up. So I am going to work on my supply ship. This is actually the first large ship that I built. This is the one I was talking about earlier. It's the first large ship I've built that I didn't like absolutely completely hate. What is that? What's that box? Right. So there it is. So it's not a warship. It's a infrastructure slash supply ship. We have lots of reactors. I'm sorry, we have lots of refineries and assemblers, cargo. This back deck is designed to hold. What did I call this? It will be a mining hydrogen ion, I believe. Yeah, there it is. So this is a mining ship. This large grid, nothing too fancy. Got a little prospecting turret here with an ore detector, camera, and my LCD for the radio spectrometry mod. Plenty of light, plenty of drills, 2 cargoes, 2 jump drives, 1 jump drive. So it's enough to get around. Anyway, so I built a nice large deck in the back to have room for that to dock. And then we've got a large airlock. It's large enough you can drive a small vehicle in here. I'm not sure why you'd want to, but I figured I've got the room, might as well, you know. So again, a nice large airlock, and then down here, this is like the main production floor. So from here you can get to every refinery, and then there are plenty of assemblers. Everything's all fully moduled out. Oh, you haven't done the conveyor sorter experiments? That's okay, Robert. I mean, you know, that's fine. I mean, I thought we had kind of figured it out in the last time, and it seemed to be what the differences between what I was seeing and what you were seeing. I had the impression it was because of the PAM script you were using. So I guess in that sense, you know, the experiments would be useful to find out how exactly it's limiting or get more information on that. Right, so this is the main production line. We've got plenty of light, plenty of air. I do intend this area to be pressurized. Above it, well, let's see, we've got exits at either end, which will get you outside. One thing I have figured out on large ships, and I didn't do it on the warship really, but generally the big rooms, especially the internal rooms, whoa, that's fun. Personally, I like to be able to get in and out of the ship quickly. So every like major section of the ship, I'll put entrances slash exits to the outside. So here we've also got airlocks here, which is to get into each of the large. So this is like a large vehicle airlock, right? And then this corridor is on each side. This corridor is actually also an airlock to get in and out of the section here. So like you have something parked in here, you can still get in and out safely without venting everything. And both of these sections are like that. So here, it's probably easier if I close the doors. So like that's an airlock between this section and this section, you know, and then it continues. There's another one here. Come on. There we go. Boop. And now you're out on the back deck. So again, you don't have to go through this massive thing if it's, you know, if you're just walking, you know, or whatever. So yes, there's that. So we can come up here. I don't have the gravity installed yet, it appears. So up here is the power deck. This is where the reactors and the jump drives are. So let's see in the back, greebling, just greebling. Again, we can get to the outside really quick. Basically what I've done is like the large decks, each large deck has exit at both ends. So here's out. There's one right there ahead. And then down here, I believe, yes, there's also on each side here at this end, there's also an exit out. All right, so we have a down and an up. So if we go up, this is the bridge. The flying bridge is where where you this is the bridge where you fly it from. Yeah. So this is it. Nice visibility here. Boop, boop. Nothing is conveyored up yet, so which is not a approach I normally take when designing ships. But large ships are a new thing for me, and I found that trying to keep in mind where the conveyors need to go was kind of holding me back a little bit as far as figuring out how I wanted to build. So I just accepted the fact that I will go back later. I did try and do things like if I place something that had conveyor connection, put an armor block there to leave space for a conveyor, but then I didn't otherwise worry about it. So from the bridge here, you can get tossed into space. So you can get out directly to space. So again, the major decks have direct access or exits, or you can go back straight to the power deck. And it looks like there are 5 large reactors and 5 jump drives. That's not going to provide a lot of distance. When it was empty, this thing had a really good jump distance, but obviously, it's rarely going to be empty. So I figure, I think I had it full at one point to test something out, and the empty jump distance is something like 12,000 kilometers, and then full was something like 200. So, it's not the most nimble, but whatever. So then come down here. This is what I imagine is like the crew area. So I don't know if I'm going to put like, if this will be like just a large like rec room, socialization, break room area, or if this is actually going to be like crew quarters or whatnot. But this will be where you spawn. Yeah, I got that, and then that leads back down to production. So it's probably a little confusing with me running around and whipping the camera everywhere, but the design is fairly simple as far as like the deck layout and everything goes. And then over here, this gets you back up to the power deck. So again, at both ends of the major decks, So here, I think this is the one I came up the first time. Yeah. So here. And then I also tried to put refill stations kind of around the ship, so you're never too far. Mostly they're at either one or the other end of like the large deck areas. Oh, there it is. So this one has one at both ends. Yeah. I don't think the bridge has one on it. Oh, it does. Look at that. Look at that. And then the crew area doesn't have a refill station because it actually has a medical room right there. So, and then down here, I'm sure that's disorienting, and I apologize. Oh, that's part of the reason I like to have gravity in everything. Going up and down stairs sucks without gravity. So in this one, I've got a refill station here, and I believe there's, looks like there's one halfway down and all the way down. So there's actually 3 on this level. And I believe there is at least one or 2 out here. So you got here and there. And then over here, you can get to some fuel production and some pointlessly redundant conveyors because it looked cool. There you go. Some nice lights for the docking bay for the large mining ship. Tons of cargo. And that's that. That's the design. There's lots of thrust. This whole area is full of gyros. It's not super maneuverable. It's not supposed to be. You can see here the thrusters are not connected. Part of that is because I was redesigning how I wanted this stuff to be attached anyway. So I thought today I would work on the conveyor system. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. That's how I tend to design chips anyways, and that's the general approach that I'd like to use as well, is like a main central conveyor line that things just branch off of as you go down the ship. Um, yeah, sometimes I'll do like subtle variants on that, but yeah, absolutely, that's what I like to do. For something like this, I expect I'll probably end up doing like two parallel lines that run, like one that runs down each side, since I kind of ended up doing, like, just to connect all this stuff, I sort of ended up doing a fair amount of that anyway, so I'll probably leverage that, you know, so I won't have a central line on this bottom here. I'll have the two parallel lines, but otherwise, yeah, in principle, that's basically what I do as well. Obviously, I don't normally build ships this big, but even on the ships I do build, that's usually how I approach it. Yeah, I think it's so simple that way. Or it's easy to keep track of, right? In your head, it's easy to have a mental model of like where you need to convey everything up to. All right, let's go outside. And I've been using this mod forever. I don't know which one this came with. I think it's build info. But I only recently, and I think it was you, I don't know. Hi Bradley. Hello. I think it was actually I don't know who told me how to use this multi-tool here. This is part of build info. And I've had this forever. I never knew how to use it. I literally didn't know what it did or how to use it. I didn't bother looking for any documentation or anything. I just, I put on the hotbar, push the number, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what's supposed to happen now. And a lot of time, I think when I first started using the tool, how do I want to put this? I spent a lot of time in the game up until relatively recently with the HUD off, like this. I prefer to play this way, but with the advent of, it was either one of the second Warfare or possibly the Signals pack, Keen changed a lot of the block groups. It took blocks out of groups. They made more groups with fewer blocks in them, which I think is a terrible idea. But they did it, and what that meant was that all the hotbars I had set up had to change, and I haven't really learned them. I'm getting better, but I haven't relearned or remapped, figure out what I want to do. So anyway, the point is that for the longest time I played with no HUD up, which meant that when I tried to use this thing, the helpful information over there on the right wasn't there, and I had no idea what it was supposed to do. So anyway, the other, like literally a day or two ago, I don't know, explained it to me. Today's Monday, so I think it was maybe yesterday. Anyway, you roll to get the different tools. You use your mouse wheel to select the different tools. You pick conveyor and literally just look at your grid and left click, and boom, there are your conveyor networks. That's so helpful. That is so insanely helpful. Not a surprise that it's helpful, but it is for me. It is a surprise that I've gone this long without literally looking for a tool that provides exactly this sort of utility. This is very helpful. Yeah, this is so cool, man. I even remember seeing Digi working on this tool, and but I didn't know where it was. Like I didn't even know it was in the build info mod. I may have had a vague notion, but yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even know it was done or whatever. So yeah. Um, anyway, this is super crazy, super helpful, especially for your big ships like this. Uh, for little things, I've usually got a really good idea of the conveyor system. I don't really need something like that. And the way I build, normally conveyors are integral to the build process. But since I did not do that this time, that's going to be really helpful to help me resolve that. Like, because even these I don't think are, yeah, even these aren't even connected. So yeah, yeah, it's great. So I think what I'll do is I'll start with something easy and get these engine nacelles connected so that the engines and fuel tanks talk to each other. So let's do that. I'll go with I'm gonna go with the reinforced, simply because I'm concerned about not having enough mount points, especially if I use it's when I built this, I just used armor blocks there, right? So um, it is expecting there to be the surrounding pieces are expecting there to be, oh, I could have gotten in from the front, are expecting there to be those those 6 mount points. And if I replace it with conveyor twos, which is what I would normally want to do, I'm not sure how flimsy that will make things. So go ahead and do like that. On Hamir on. Yay. Makes it a lot easier. All right. Cool. 1 connected. Hey, look at that. Oh, 3 connected. Oh, right, because they're vertical. All right, cool. Let's get the redundancy in here. Boop, boop, boop. And down here. Awesome. And then let's sort of throw some greebling on here. How about these guys? I love these pipes. These pipe blocks are cool. Is that too much? I guess we'll see. All right, over here, let's do the same. 1, 2, 3. I guess I can't get in here. I guess this is going to be a combination greebling and conveyoring. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Whoops. There. Oh my goodness. Here, let's do that. 1, 2, 2, and 2. Boop. 2. All right, sweet. All right, so we'll do the same thing on these guys. And then do the same thing with these guys. There we go. And I believe, yeah, here it is. 8. 1 beam block. Sweet. Okay, so front to back. Oh, I guess oh, I didn't need one up front. All right, that's fine. Maybe, do I have reverse thrust on this thing? I have lights. Oh, yeah, I get those two. All right, so those might not be necessary. Let's I'm gonna leave them for now. I don't care that much. All right, so then here we've got these. Are they connected left to right? I don't think they are. So I will do pipes with these guys. All right, boop. Here, there. Yeah. All right, cool. Now I got to get rid of this block over here. I orphaned. Yeah, there it is. Boop. All right, so I see 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and this weirdo for whatever reason. Okay.
Fuel critical.
And sweet. All right, cool. And I believe those are already connected to the fuel producers. Yes. These are arranged, these are all the H2 generator, O2 H2 generators, and they're arranged with the two, the long side conveyors are facing sideways, and they connect directly into, yeah, this tank right here connects to that guy. So they're all connected sideways, and of course these tanks are all connected. So everything should be good. And I can check. Boop. Yep, there we go. I see light blue. Yep, there's the connection right there. Yeah, from that tank to there. Okay, cool. And the other side should be the same. And it is. Excellent. Okay. So next, we have a bunch of fuel on the bottom. All of that is already connected to itself. It is not connected anywhere else. Right. It's not even connected to this guy. All right. So what would be an interesting way? Okay, so it's down. So I was sort of thinking maybe I would run some piping down underneath. But it's pretty far down there. So I think maybe what I'll do is I'll look for a way to bring it up here in the center area. That is gyros. Let's open this up so I can see. Boop. All right, cool. Lots of gyros. Okay, and the reason I did that, oh shit, is no. Okay. So the reason I did that was because I wasn't sure what their orientation was. With the way they are here, it means if I delete that row of blocks here, all that center row will become free. So that is something I will need to keep in mind. All right. So this area is that large airlock. So I was thinking, going back to like, why do I have a large airlock? I don't know. I was just thinking like, well, maybe you'll have like a forklift that needs to bring stuff from out there into here for some reason. I don't know. I don't know how production facilities really work. So, um, right. So we do have, what do these connect to? So all the cargo on the side Oh, I just slapped on some pipe. Okay. So that connects these. All right, great. But um but my air vents were not all connected. Aha, yeah, sure are not connected, are they? Ah, see, okay. All right, no problem. Oh, there's only one over there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's a mistake. It's not supposed to be like that. Well, first things first, let's fix the conveyor. All right, so we'll go here and I'm gonna use a C. Yeah, I'll use a C like so. And then I have to convert this to a T. Oh, do like so. Are you good now? Sure are. All right. I don't know if these have been named or not. Doesn't look like it. Okay. That makes things easy. There we go. And then I feel like this is a good spot for some more greebling. Which way should it be? I kind of feel like it should be all of it, right? Seems like something you'd see in an airlock. Yeah. That seems pretty cool. All right, do. All right, 1 and 2. Boop and boop. Here we go. All right, so we got the same problem here. So we'll go get rid of that guy. We'll drop in the C. Do that way. I like to keep the open sides consistent. Although sometimes if you rotate them, you can create an airtight seal, which I didn't realize you could do initially. So, for example, where's this bad boy? So, like here, right? This front back, it's not airtight, right? But you can see it's like a half block, and I didn't I had to discover this, but if you rotate it like that, right, and it's like that creates an airtight seal, which I don't know, maybe that's obvious when you look at it, but I didn't think it actually worked that way because I also think initially these were not filled in; they were just like a panel at the front. So maybe they changed it. Anyway, yeah. So I think that's pretty cool. I've had to use that once or twice. What do we got? The phone chirp, so I got to make sure there's no emergencies going on. Let's see. Oh, all right. Okay, cool. Yep, no emergencies. I gotta, I gotta sort of. I say this kind of tongue in cheek, not to be not overly serious. I got a sort of quasi promotion at the on the project I volunteer on. Um, I'm doing some level design work on a game or a basically a startup company, and I was in my first meeting, and And they're like, I don't know, asked some questions, or we're basically given a brief, and I was like, oh, blah 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 blah. And here's some things, some questions that I've got. And like, the answers they don't matter in the sense of like being a problem or not. It's just they only matter in like knowing how much I need to do, and not doing work that is already assigned to someone else or whatever. And the guy was like, I think we'll just make you the lead designer on this stuff. I was like, oh, okay. So it's kind of funny. So that was nice. And that's what these messages were about just now. Okay. Let's see. Why the hell am I up here? Because I was just running my mouth and not thinking about what I was doing. Okay. So all this is connected to the fuel. I need that connected, and I've got the fuel underneath I want to connect. So I was thinking I would have. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. It would have been nice to have like end caps on reinforced conveyors so you could see the conveyors working yet be airtight.
Fuel critical.
What do you mean? I don't understand. An end cap on the reinforced conveyor. I guess, do you mean like so you could see the light, like the emissives on the conveyor so you know that it's connected? Um or do you mean some sort of like maybe something else? I guess that's what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they do have end caps, but they don't have emissives. Oh, and I guess they don't. Yeah, I guess any conveyor that's a really good point. I guess you could do, so like if I had some conveyors that went from here to there and they were connected to things. So now they're green. Okay. But if you couldn't see them, right? Then you'd be like, oh, boom, it's broken. I don't know if it works or not. Could you put a T and then slap the end cap on? Would that work? Or I guess you could just look. I'm trying to look at the emissives. Let's see. With the open, like how, like now it has the half block inside it, but the open ends sealed. Oh, so you mean like, so you're saying it would have been nice if like this side here like was like that, right? So it was like sealed all the way around, and like possibly the same on this side, or I guess really only one side you need, but I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, I get, yeah, it is hard. It is hard to put into words, so I'm trying to understand you. I think that's what you're saying, is if like the half filled side was actually full, and I 100% agree. And when they came out and were like, look, we made reinforced conveyors. They're like armored conveyors, but they're our own version. And they can maintain airtightness, except not in the one exact direction you probably need most of the time. I was so annoyed. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah, because this is how I used to use them, right? I'm like, oh, look at me. I've got a spaceship. I have a wall. I have a conveyor that goes right through it. And I, right now, have to use junction. And I don't like using junction because, oh, junctions are, laggy and blah, blah, blah. So you came out with this thing, which is perfect. Now I don't have to use a junction anymore. Oh, fuck. Well, thanks for nothing. So I was, because I wanted to replace them out, so annoyed. I've gotten used to it. I've kind of learned how to build around it. You can, I think the thing is, it's not unsolvable problem, right? It's just annoying. You have to solve it, you know? Like you can do like this, right? That will create an airtight seal. But, you know, now you come in here and you go out there. So it's less nice. Anyway, yeah, I got you, man. I totally got you. That was such a disappointment. I mean, not like disappointed like it's a like they did bad work or anything, but I like the decision. I was just like, "Ah, really the thing that I really wanted and I thought you were gonna do, and then you just threw me such a curveball. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's yeah, it makes it tricky. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, are these air vents even connected here? Let's see. Ah, no, sucker, they aren't. Fortunately, there's nothing but wall here, so boop, 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 and all right, perfect. So these two are connected. I mean, all right, so I got some choices. I could just run that down and run that down, and then we got do 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 do, which is ugly, but probably what I should do. We don't have a three-way elbow, which is what I would need to just go straight across there. So yeah, we'll do that. I hate when I don't have. I hate when I do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the armored or reinforced. All right, so we'll do that way. Yeah, and then this one we'll do. Yeah, that way. Oh, damn it. 1, 2. There we go. That way and that way. All right, now we have it finally. Wait a second. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Whew. All right, let's get this repaired. That's it. Awesome. At least that wasn't hard. Okay, so that stuff's now connected. Yes, very good. All right, want I sort of want a road just coming across here. I do think that the reinforced conveyors do add a nice touch of detail. Two things. So when I can, I like to sort of use them not just for function but also for aesthetics. And I don't know why, but I feel like having reinforced conveyor running across the floor of a landing bay just looks very spacey. Oh, I don't know. Retracted his message. You wish you could change the conveyor pipe colors with a different color on the outside. I never thought about that. That is a great idea. I now wish that too. Yeah, because if you try to color these, it's like it colors the entire block, doesn't it? Yeah, I get why you would want that. I want that now too. I'm now upset about anything. Yeah, I got you, man. All right, let's do. We're gonna do this, and then that, and then we'll come over here and come on. There we go. We're gonna drop down catwalk. Boom. Yeah, that's cool. I like conveyor over the round catwalk over the round conveyors. I think that is a really cool look. Um, it's basically like this, right? I think this is not as cool, um, but I've built landing pads that were covered in catwalk in the past, and catwalk's not the most robust block in the game, so I'll only do it in the rare occasions when aesthetics truly is the more important issue. All right, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some off center here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're already sitting on there. That's interesting. Oh, it goes forward. Oh, okay. Oh, I could have just put a block straight down, huh? All right. Should I do that? No, I'm going to go with the plan. Boop. All right, we need an elbow. Right there. Boom. Another elbow. Aye. There we go. All right. That will become a T. This becomes a straight. 1, 2. And then our T. There. Okay. So I think that's kind of cool. I love it. I love sprinkling in a little bit of asymmetry here and there. Oh, this is an OSHA issue. There we go. Could you possibly have spare oxygen tanks that you turn off and on when you depressurize an area over time? O2 H2 converters. That way you don't lose air to venting because tanks are. Yeah, you can do that. As a matter of fact, I don't know. Isn't engineered coffee? Isn't that one of the people in our group or not? Um, I guess regardless. So engineered coffee is another YouTuber, and one of his very first videos, he does exactly that. Robert, he starts out on Mars. I don't recall the name of his series, um, but it should be pretty easy to find if you just look for him. His name is Engineered Coffee, and one of the very first things he does is build a habitat on Mars that does that. You have to arrange it so that the O2 tank is basically an external node from the conveyor system. So, oh, this is fun. This is a fun thing to think about. So, like, let's say you've got so you've got your ship over here, right? And then you'll put like your airlock, say, here, right? So then like this is all your ship, right? You got here, and then you'll do a vent. We'll do your air vent here. And then what you'll do is you'll use connectors as a like a nozzle, like a valve, right? So you want the tank directly connected to, like, via conveyor. It doesn't have to be literally directly connected, but you'll want the tank like directly connected to the vent for the airlock. And then you'll want your conveyors to have 2 connectors, and they can still be all on the same grid. This, like this, and then over here you'll have the rest of your grid, right? This could go off to you know, whatever else, your cargo, weapons, or whatnot, right? And then you would plop down an event controller. Doot, doot, doot. Here, right? So then what you do? So this is your valve. So what I would do is I would say I would hide one of these completely. So here you got connector. So I would call it a valve and turn all that off. Definitely want to turn this off. If someone comes along and hits P, they're going to disconnect your air, and you probably don't want that. But I would just completely hide everything, and then this would be your valve here. Control. Right. That's gone. That's gone. Keep this one. Again, don't forget that. And then your event controller is gonna look at that. So it'll be here. You're gonna monitor. Where is it? Gas tank filled. Small oxygen tank add. And then actions, you're gonna go here. You're gonna go lock, and you're gonna go unlock. And then you'll say, put it, you know, whatever, and say when it's less than. And this is like whether it's lock and unlock or vice versa. It just needs to logically make sense with whatever you choose here. So I've got it lock when you're less than 45 and unlock when you're greater than 45. So now, you know, as these things kick out air, right, and they fill up the tank, once it hits that threshold, these will disconnect, right? So they'll, you know, boop or boop, and then that leaves room in here so that you know, when you go to exit and you hit your button to depressurize, you know, presuming you have a button or whatever there, you know, the air's got room to go and it goes in there. And then if you lose some because you went out in a rush or whatever, and this starts to drain down, it goes below that 45%. This will reconnect, and then as you continue to run that, it'll fill back up again. So the key is that you've got to have the air tank on the opposite side of a valve from your O2H2 producers. But that's absolutely how you do it. He is in the group. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I thought he was. Yeah. And I learned how to do that from watching him, which I was jealous of because I've been playing a long time, and I was like, "That's brilliant." Oh, why didn't I think of that? But yeah, it's really, really clever, and I hope I did justice to his system here. But yeah, Robert, I love this. Yeah, you got to think of it in terms of a valve, and that was just like, that hit me so hard, and I was like, oh my god, I never thought of using it as a valve like that. But that's it. That's the trick. That's how you do it. It does mean, so I have trouble integrating a system like this into my ships, because the most straightforward way to do this is, I think you need the oxygen tank, like the vents. How do I put this? The vents for your airlocks for pressurizing, depressurize, and the air tanks you need to be able to isolate them via this valve, right, from the rest of the conveyor systems. And a lot of times the things that I build, that's a challenge, right? And I'm not saying it's a challenge because I don't think it's possible. It's a challenge because I'm not used to thinking like that. So yeah, so it's just a different way of designing conveyors that I'm not used to doing. But yeah, it's awesome. Sorters, I'm pretty sure, I've never tried this, but I have heard sorters do not restrict gas. They also don't restrict gas flow direction. So if you had a sorter here, Like if that was straight and then you went with the like so. This does not make gas only flow from right to left there, and neither does that make it only flow from left to right. I've never tested it, but I've seen a number of other people comment that sorters don't affect gas flow at all. It's just like a regular conveyor block or anything else. Yeah. But it's worth testing because I don't have firsthand knowledge. I only know what I've seen. Oh, that was fun. Okay. All right, so we've got these there. Let's get this connected to the fuel tanks underneath. And I think I'll just go right here. All right, so here. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. And we'll do, I think it's going to look weird to have this random guy like that. So I'm going to flip him over. And you'll need to be a T. So that's acceptable. Oh, if the sorter turns off, do they allow bidirectional exchange? You know what? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea at all. Yeah, that might work. Is this? Oh, that's terminal. Okay, yeah. That's a really good question. I have no idea if that would work or not. Okay. That looks like. Whoop. All right, yeah, that's the aft section. We've got the fuel depot, storage area, whatever. That's basically, in my mind, these fuel tanks are for like resupply of other craft, and the fuel tanks over here are for this craft. I'm not going to go so far as to try and isolate those conveyor systems, but just for the sake of like, why do I have all of it? That's the intent, right? So those are connected to the docking connector in the landing bay. That's all connected to the cargo access and refill, fuel production, fuel storage, and aft thrusters. That is lovely. There's nothing else back here. All right, so good. Moving forward, we have the sideways cargo, or the lateral cargo, I suppose. And that is connected to, now the air vents are hooked up. Yes. And okay, and the top row cargo and the bottom row cargo, that's all connected. Okay. So I'm thinking we have the vertical cargo on top, which is all connected and even conveyed straight down to the roof here. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll branch each of these off sideways and drop them down to connect behind these air vents. Yeah. Let's get mirror mode on. Go 1 and 2. The damn curve. Okay. Boop. And boot. Oh shit. We don't have a 2-axis. we don't have one of those shapes. All right, so I need to use a conveyor junction. Now I have this bias against junctions. Part of it is simply because I think conveyor ports are kind of ugly. Now that we have a way to hide them, I think they're kind of ugly. They're a necessary part of the game, but I'd rather not see them. I'd also rather not have ports that just aren't used. This is all just, I think, type A insanity. Anyway, But I also have a bias from like way back when. There used to be this belief in the game that excessive amounts of conveyor junctions were bad for performance. And I've seen a few videos that attempt to look at that and consider whether or not they are. Oh, I'm going to have to flip these over. Okay. Bad for performance or not. And it seems to be the case that they really aren't. But I still have that bias because a little part of me is always like, but what if they're wrong? What if they're wrong? What if they really are bad for performance? So I try to minimize the use of them for anyway. So all right, here we go. There we go. Boop. And we'll drop down here. I really like the look when you have like this like a row armor like this, and then it's broken up with, boom, there's a little curve in there. It sort of follows the line, but it breaks it up a little bit. I really like that. Okay, let's get inside. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all we need to do is get inside. So here we go. So right here, yeah, we'll need a T, and yeah, as long as I arrange it so that I don't have an opening, airtightness should be preserved. And yeah, just like that. Oops. Sweet. And then you. Boom. All right, excellent. Ah, right on. Happy with that. Okay. Doot doot. Boop. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Oh, these two things have not come together. Okay. So we need we need to look at what our options are. So we have exposed conveyor here. I mean, I suppose I could run something out the outside here. That might be kind of cool looking. Yeah, actually. I feel like it's a little bit of a cop out, but I also like the aesthetic of like the industrial aesthetic of things that were built and then have pipes on top of them. It's kind of neat. But if I ran, for example, let's do it and see how it looks. I suppose building is free, so let's see. Maybe we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll do here. We'll put a solid one as like an anchor, and then here we'll put a flange there, and a no flange in the middle. Then we'll do another one. We'll do a flange, a no flange, and curve. Then let's see, we'll do, I don't know. Let's see, we'll do a T. I'm not sure about how this looks. I'm not sure I'm feeling this. Actually, let's do this. We'll go, let's do yeah, let's do like that. This way. No, we'll do that way. And then we can put one of these bad boys. That's a little busy, but at the same time, I kind of like that. And then I can do something like this, right? And then you can do little ones above. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. All right, this block's got to be a problem. Oh, what do we have here? Hmm. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, sounds plausible. I don't. I'm thinking back to like the one video I watched where the guy did. He tested like thousands of them connected, and they were all adjacent. And it looks like you're saying that it's the distance rather than proximity. So if they're spread out a lot, that's where the impact comes from. And that's actually not something he checked because he checked like a volume. He made like it was like 100 by 100 by 1,000 long volume of solid. He did cargo containers and then he also did junctions, and there was like no impact. But it sounds like what you're saying is not actually not does not contradict that, because that is a different scenario because everything's spread out. So okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, I think it. I think it makes sense. I think I understand what you're saying. You made a base that was a kilometer wide. So okay, so okay, I see. So it sounds like it might be more a it's it's not the conveyor, it's not the junction conveyor junction itself. It's the size of the like the raw size of the network. It's not the conveyor complexity or the number of junctions or the number of loops or anything like that. It's literally because it's so big. It's in different. You're mentioning loading different chunk like world chunks. So that's where the impact comes from, because maybe the computer or the game has to load multiple chunks at the same time to get the whole network. Um, that would make sense. But I'm definitely a little bit out of my depth discussing that. But that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds plausible. Especially you're saying you made a base, yeah, a kilometer wide. Yes. Okay. All right. Oh, that's cool. Well, damn, look at that. I learned two things today. That's awesome. It's a good fucking day. That's great. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you for sharing that, because I didn't know that. All right, here we go. I think, should I do, or maybe this should be here. Have lights. Okay. Oop. So you can do like that, right? Let's go ahead and turn dampers back on. Get that off. Boop. Let's see. We'll do that one. That one. There. All right, cool. So what block goes here? What block is a full half block on the bottom and a slope on the top? I think we've got one of those actually. Don't we have? Yeah, don't we have a full block version of this? I might be thinking of that. No. Ah, well, look at that. Now, do I like that? Not really, but you know what? I don't dislike it enough to worry about it. So we're going to throw that in here. All right, there we go. Boom. I like it. And it got rid of those large flat walls. So I am digging this. I am digging this. Yes. I may even Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it now, but you'll, yeah, oh, I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. So then that just drops down. I don't really like that, but you know, it is what it is. Um, and I've got alternatives. I could just run that straight in and like do connection here or out here. Um, Sometimes I find when you have some really complex joinery, I guess would be the right word. Um, it can look better if you spread it out. You know, like if I put what that used to be, which was just a connection from here to here. Like if I put that out here on both sides, like that might look kind of nice. Kind of like those, right? And then this just comes in and goes straight like that. Technically that would have been shorter, but I think this looks better. Anyway, yeah, I think sometimes if you separate out the complex stuff into two simple or multiple simple things, not only does it make it simpler, like in the sense of like if this block got blown up, or like some of this got blown up, having to refigure out what was there, if you don't have a predictor or whatever, can become simpler. But it also allows you, like this area over here is kind of plain, right? So it sort of spreads out the detail, kind of make things nicer. So I may come back to that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Yeah, I'm up for it. I'd love to see it. Okay, where are we now? Oh yeah, it's getting there. All green. Excellent. All right, now. So, because of the refineries, I ended up with these long runs on both sides of the ship. Yeah. And what I'm looking for right now is I thought, oh, there's little dashed lines. Interesting. I thought I'd broken one of these things. Let's disconnect this. I thought I broke the conveyor system at one point. Or that section of it. I thought I put a hole in it. There it is. And there's nothing underneath here. Yep. Oh, sweet. Oh, I think it's showing it, I think, connected. Oh no, no, it's not. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why it looks like there's two systems, because the hole is on both sides. All right. Well, this is an easy win. Let's get this fixed up. Beep 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 beep. All right, and boom. Clicky. All right, there we go. Nice. Okay, great. Now, how do I want to connect the lovely orange with the lovely blue and the lovely yellow? I'm thinking something over here is the way to go. I'm thinking that, but I thought that. I don't think that anymore, because these are the connection points. I don't want more tubes out here. I've kind of, that's my limit over here. I don't like it. I don't have too much. So I see that I've got some. No, those are not conveyors. It could be right above it though. Could be conveyors, right? Yeah. Uh, hmm. Let's do this. I'll just do the one side. Aha. So that would come through there. Let's see, air vents. Oh, air vents are over there. Okay, so oh, all right, let's see. Okay, so there's a point right under here, yeah? No. Oh no, 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 no. It's only at one end, isn't it? Binaries. Yeah, okay. It's only at one end. Both sides, but only at one end. Okay. So if I have one there, it's not there. Okay. Now I could flip this over, uh, and then yeah, if I flip it over, well, this part would technically go underneath, but the opposite side has one right there, and that would become here. That could work. And I would get rid of these end caps, which I kind of don't like out here. Thanks, Robert. Uh, yeah, I like ships that have a lot of space in them as well. I think because the nature of the game is, it's voxel based, not just the terrain, but the grids themselves are everything's cube based. It's really easy to get super efficient about your builds and end up with a box, which I mean, like this is a box, right? You get everything can fit in super tightly, and since everything is basically a square, like there are very few things that aren't squares. Um, even the larger things are all squares. You can really pack it in tight, and for some stuff that's great. Like for combat stuff, you want small and compact, right? But yeah, I really like having big open areas as well. So I will, like, to that end, a lot of times I deliberately build in inefficiency in my designs. Um, I like the aesthetics that kind of come out when you do that. But then I also find that, like, from a practical standpoint, a lot of times those inefficiencies end up needing that space for something later on. Anyway, so it usually works out pretty well. Oh yeah, put the round pipes in the corners around the assemblers for extra details. Round. Yes, I have assemblers. Oh wait, you said pipes. Did you mean blocks? Like like that? Is that what you meant? Might work. They're a little. That makes them a little bulky. But I do like the look. I think I may need to add something down here. Oh, you do mean pipes. Okay, hang on. Pipes. You mean you mean like that? Oh, oh, the detailing pipes. Oh, I always forget about those, and I love those things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. Where are those things? Pipes. Sorry, I'm used to, like, a lot of people call the round conveyors pipes, so I was not getting what you meant. Where are those little bastards? Come on. Nothing makes you feel dumber than looking at a wall of icons, trying to find something, knowing everyone else who's watching has probably already found it 3 times over and is just waiting for you to catch up. And I feel like doing this as a cop out. Pipes. Yeah, that's what they're called. I got you. So, is this what you mean? Like that? Oh, 2 down from Neon? Hey, thank you. Good direction. Thank you very much. That is nice. I assume that's what you meant, or to put them. That is, yeah. I like it. Yeah, I like that. Boom. All right. Yep. We're gonna do that. Boop boop. Yeah. Yeah, that was a great call. Oh, I like that. I love these pipes. They are so good. And I often forget that they're in the game. Man. And I remember the other day. Today's Monday, so yeah, I guess it would have been yesterday. I was watching the video on the Never Surrender session. And I think it was Arlen, or maybe I was watching his stream or his one of his YouTube sessions as well yesterday. So I don't know which one it was, but it's something he had pipes on it, and I was just like, oh, those look so good. I always forget they're there. So yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, those look so good. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Another color. Yeah. Yep. 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 I don't know what, but yeah, I do think another color will be good. Let's see. I don't think blue is gonna work. Oh, maybe. I feel like yellow is a bit overused. I tend to prefer that for my catwalk and some interactable elements like buttons or chairs or whatever. Usually with a different texture. Like this will be like this is battered catwalk, or like clean, and then like the buttons and chairs will be like yellow with neon. Oh, I should probably not be doing that. But regardless, I think maybe yellow's not the way to go. How about red? Hey, might be good. Oh, that was your ship. Oh, that was your ship. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, it's all a blur. So I was watching you on the Never Surrender scenario, and then it was Arlen's video on YouTube that I was watching, and I just crossed my wires. Yeah, I think black would be a good choice. You had said color, so I was trying to run with that. Oh, this black, almost black carbon fiber. Ooh, that's sexy. That is. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Do that. Yeah, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Whoops. All right. I fully expect that the assembler upgrade modules, I'll probably end up painting them as well. Probably an alternate shade of gray. I do so love my grays. I'm not sure if that's style or lack of imagination. Regardless, I will probably end up doing something with those. But I'm not worried about that now. Yeah, conveyors. Let me think about these conveyors here. So I can. So I could extend this conveyor here and then continue running it through the wall here and bring it across, connect there. I would have to flip all the refineries because I'm not going to do one because I don't want to say I'm OCD, but you know, if the duck fits, wear it, or however the expression goes. But I don't really like having lots. Like, I don't mind running conveyor through floor. I think it looks kind of cool. I feel like running conveyor a lot, like horizontally through a wall, especially around corners and stuff, it's just not generally the way I want things to go. I feel like exposed conveyor is free greebling, you know? And I hate to waste it. To me, it's just, it's like internally, to me, it's like one of those, like, if I'm doing this, there's probably a better way, or better in the sense of like something I will find more visually satisfying or appealing or whatever. All right, these three panels are the air vents below. So I think one thing I should do is get the thrusters on. Okay, so I can connect these. We'll do that. That'll get me. And you know what? We don't. This kills me. We don't have a cross section, a reinforced cross section, because otherwise I could run a line straight down and just branch, like, you know, come to the middle and then have cross, get these guys, continue. Otherwise, it's going to be. Oh, I could use these. You know what? Yeah. Let's do that. Because that means that the lights are going to be hanging from the one block that's not a reinforced conveyor. Oh, I think that'll look out. That'll work out well. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna start here because I don't know how the other stuff I want to work out. So we'll go boop here. You. You. Do. And I guess, yeah, we'll just do that. Put this around. It does mean the lights in the middle are going to be connected to conveyor. That's all right. It's fine. All right, let's get some. All right. The lights are already configured. I don't want to do that again. So. All right, let's see. We don't need that, so here. 1 and 2. Okay, right. So that'll be there. And then you, 1, 2, and 3. 2, 3. Okay. I'm a product of Star Wars. Yeah, black, white, and gray. They look good, man. They just look good. Hey, Arlen, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Yeah. You know what? That's a good. That's a fair point. I can't tell you how many things I've built in like white and gray, or white and gray with black highlights, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just doing this while I design it. Now, if it looks good, in white, like if it's interesting shape in white, then it's gonna be, of course, it'll be interesting shape when it's colored, and I'll paint it all when I'm done, and then I get done, and I'm like, you know, white and black, it's really working for me. So I have a lot of designs. I have a few designs like that. All right, so these are all connected now. Yep. Including random holes in the roof. So who's going around doing that? Okay, I'm not worried about this end yet. So over here, what is over here? Okay. All right, good news is these are just decoration right now. So that is no great loss. If I have to bring, so if I bring the conveyor straight through here, I can even bring it straight through there. That's fine. That gets me to the wall again. But now, okay, so that would get me to the wall. I think that's good. Let's close this up. I think this is more promising. So I'm going to come over here. All right, let's secure this light. And then we'll get you and you. Oh, we're on the outside. Okay. Cool. So, I think, as a matter of fact, what I can do, I could even just go straight off of that conveyor right there. And I think I want to do that. I think that'll keep it simple. I will have to use... Oh, I've got a couple blocks of space here. Oh, perfect. So I can do... Wait, which way do I want these to face? To facing. My English good. All right, here we go. So we got that way. So we'll flip him. And we'll flip. There we go. Ah, boom. So that was the thing I was just talking about too. Awesome. Let's get these computers back. They're very important. Boom. Nope. Bam. No, I was not this talkative. Yeah, no, yeah, Arlen. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. There are times when I can play, but I can't really talk. And unfortunately Sunday was one of them. So right on. So got this, and I think honestly, I think what this place needs is more cowbell. No, I think what it needs is... Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the design. That's what it needed. Awesome. Oh, and I already had that in the back? Oh, man. Can't believe I didn't have that then. All right. Oh, I think that's great. So happy. What a good job I did. All right. Sweet. So I'm very happy with that. Random holes. Blowing holes in my ship. Don't appreciate that. All right, let's get back down. Oops. All right, I guess I'll use the stairs at the other end since they actually go the direction I want to go. There we go. Okay. And then outside. Gotta go outside. And all I need is a straight pipe. Here. Yeah. So I'm glad I didn't go to the effort of routing it through the wall over there. That would have been a lot of effort. And when I think about that solution versus this solution, I like this one much better. So yeah, I'm very happy with how this has turned out. All right, boop. And then we'll use, what do we have? 3. Oh, perfect. 3 is a good for a flange, and not a flange. Sweet. Oh, the outside? Here you go, buddy. That's it. There we go. Whatever. I just caught where I don't know said that I left before you joined, Arlen. It's true. All right, sweet. So let's do that. And oh, doesn't work when it's right because it's part of the HUD. I guess if you don't show the HUD, it makes sense. You won't see the tool. Sweet. Okay, cool. So thrusters, fuel, landing pad, other crap over there, storage, the large vehicle airlock, and then we route straight in to the air vents up top. Oh, I see. I distracted myself. So even though I like this solution, that's not the same problem, right? I still have to connect these things on the side. Okay. Question now. Those are the assemblers, are they not? Because if they are, maybe I can drop something down from the ceiling. That feels like a very industrial thing to do. Yes. Oh no, that would mess up my cool little vents that I have in the ceiling there. Okay. What is that? Uh. All right. What is that red stuff? Oh, that's this guy's. Okay. They are not connected. Oh, I didn't realize they were not connected yet. Okay. That's fine. That'll be I'll just branch those off of
Fuel critical.
this main area up here. Okay. And as a matter of fact, I will do that now. All right, mirroring off. Yay, there we go. Sweet. Now, do I go like that? I might. Wow. Wow, Robert. I don't even know what to say to that. Okay, so it's the middle of the 3. So I'm thinking I might throw up some panels here. Where's it? There we go. And then catwalk. Catwalk is like there's a meme that's based on a commercial where the guy, there's like a tank of water and it's draining, and he goes bam, and slaps the tape over the draining water and it stops it. That's catwalk for me. Instant fix. Yep. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. All right. Sweet. So we get these guys. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 2 and 1. All right. And let's see. We'll go here. Boop. And there we go. I don't really like that the red shines through, but you know what? It's fine. It's good. All right. Okay. Little bit by little bit by little bit. Yes. And let's get back outside. All right. Lots of big orange network over here that connects straight to the air vents and the reactors. Okay. All right. So these refineries being pernicious. Okay. A half panel does not stop vents from working. I am 99% sure I need an air vent because I think because a half panel is not airtight. Like it's not airtight across the full face. Yeah, I'm almost certain that does not stop them from working. Oh, you know what? Something like that. Kind of neat. Break up the repetition. Whoops, wrong button. Yeah. Those two can be the same. Sometimes the sameness is what breaks up the repetition. It's different, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So okay. I think I'm gonna come back to that. I'll just work on connecting everything else. It may be the case that I end up connecting them all somehow at the other end.
Fuel
I don't
critical.
think that's the best design. Um, but I'm not gonna stress it too much. So blue network here is the refineries, yellow is the refineries over there. Orange is the air vents and the reactors. That's great. Coming over here, this would be engine fuel. Okay. Air vents. This is the yeah, medical room. Okay. Oh, what are those two green things? Are those? Oh, a couple of air vents. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll go for the easy wins first. I know that I need conveyors right here, and we'll go the boxy ones on both sides. All right, and then what would look good? This little flange here is such a thorn in my side. There's no block that looks good against it. See, even that sticks out a little bit. Looks weird. All right, I guess I'll take that back. Any full block, it looks fine with. Um, but that kind of sucks. Uh, See, like even that, yeah, it doesn't work. How about that? No. Yeah, yeah. So the alternative is maybe to lean into it. Just say, yeah, it's not going to fit. It's kind of a shame. I love these engines. They look so good. All right, that is an airlock lock, and that is a corridor, I believe. Oh, because that's the exit. That's the entrance. Okay, okay, cool. There's nothing in the middle. I can connect across the center there. What is in the middle on this level? Nothing. Nothing but McGreevels. All right. Okay. Let's. Oh. So I'm thinking I want to connect these across the center just to get them connected. However, from there, I'm trying to think what I might want to do. Do you have? Yeah, I could run these to the center and then back. Okay, let's do that. And I will run it. Yeah, that's an elbow. Okay, great. Boop, boop, boop. And I think.
Fuel
Oh shit.
critical.
Whoops. uh. Okay, I don't want to do that then. I don't want to have gyros sitting on conveyors. It's bad enough they're sitting on light armor. Can do that. All right. So what I'm thinking is I'll join these across. Yeah. We'll do that. I'll use a T here. Let's see. I guess it doesn't matter. Let's see. So we can do 2 phalanges. And then we'll do this trick again. Boom. All right, so that's airtight. And then I'm thinking, oh, did I do it again? I did. Oh, wait. Didn't even catch that one. All right. Well. So now I'm thinking, yeah, here we go. Now I'm thinking I'll run it straight through here. Yeah, that'll work. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. And we've got here. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. So we'll do here. Do a curve. Another curve. We'll do that guy. All right, we'll do the open is down. Then we can swap over here. Open this up. That's now airtight. And then we can bring it in here. This needs to be a T. And then we need an elbow. There we go. All right, now we can reconnect all that. I don't need any of this anymore. So we can do that and that. All right. Well, at least that wasn't hard. Okay. 5, 6. Sure. That's probably what I had, right? This is all greebling at this point, so I'm not really not concerned at all. All right. I don't know. Thanks for hanging out, man. Take it easy, and I'll see you later, man. Sweet. All right. I'm so very happy. That was a hard problem to solve. I'm excited to be past that now. Okay, so let's get outside again.
Fuel
And
critical.
1 here. Hey, hey. So it goes straight. That's interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, so right now that connects to. Oh, see, that's what I thought was going to happen. If I connect the thrusters at the front. Oh, they're still separate networks, but that's okay. We're getting there. So if I connect these across, then at least they're all the refineries and everything will be on one network. So that'll be an improvement. I think I will go ahead and do that. So let's come down here. Yes. All right, so we will do this after all. We'll go with this. Here. Oh, you know what? Let's do that one. There we go. Do and here. Beam block. Oop. Oh, Arlen, you got to take off too. All right, man. Well, I'll see you later. Thanks for dropping by. Good to see you. And yeah, I am sorry that I didn't get to chit chat with you guys yesterday. Hopefully next time though. Wouldn't this look good like that? Oh, kind of. What about like that? No, less kind of. I do like that though. Let's do that. That's neat. Oh, that's a new one. Yeah, I've never thought of doing that before. I like that. Okay, sweet. All right, this is an easy win. Throw a cap on these guys. Boom, that's done. Wait. And I want. What did I put? I put nothing. Oh, okay. Well. All right. Well, we'll continue that. Put nothing on these as well. And this feels like a place. This feels like a place for catwalk. On the catwalk. Of course, I always want to use it in a way. That's not good. All right, we'll put this. If I use one of these guys, slope, it blends right in with the design on the catwalk, and I think that looks very nice. And then boom, boom, boom. I don't normally like to have things connected by such a tenuous thread there. But it works. I think putting a half block down here is not, I don't think it's gonna really, full block is kind of okay. Yeah, I don't really like that though. All right, well, that's fine. Let's put, oh my goodness. Oh, you're killing me. There we go. Oh, you know what? Let's put these guys. There we go. Boop. Yeah, who don't like a little smoke here and there? Exhaust. Here. Reset. Off, off, off. Sweet. Yeah, I love it. Man, this thing's so good. I'm not sure how I feel about these exposed fuel tanks. Is this
Fuel critical.
is this a problem looking for a catwalk solution? I don't think out here is gonna look good. fine. It's going to be fine. Okay. Oh, yeah, Robert, I will. I will the like I'm building all in the same color. I will not leave them all the same color. I'll definitely go back and make deliberate choices about the color as far as what things should be. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Like something like that, for example. I'll make that dark. Yeah, like that. 3x3 glass. Oh, there's thought. I've never thought of doing that before. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I don't know what I want to do yet regarding these. I might be okay just having them exposed. If I'm not, I'll experiment with the glass. Yeah. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Boop. Here we go. All right, yeah. So that is all the refine. So okay, great. So now we're down to 2 networks plus a few isolated pieces. What is this? Is this? I think these are the refill stations. Yep. There's the one. There is the other. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, that's just a plain armor block. I just realized I just plopped this in the middle of it. Like, I don't really like that, but yeah. All right, whatever. This ship is something I kind of expect I'll be constantly like, once it's done, um, to the point where I build it and I'm using it. I figure I'll sort of constantly be working on, like little like whatever area I'm in. I'm like, oh, I could add a little bit of greebling here, like this or that or whatever. Okay, here's the thought. So I was thinking just now that I would do, like, I tend to do something like this when I have things that have exposed conveyors. And probably, yeah, just something like this, just to cover them up, and we don't look behind the curtain. Okay. So I was thinking that. Then I thought, what if I did this, right? I think it's kind of ugly, honestly, but it also like it's kind of ugly, but I don't hate it. I think it'll work for now. We need a C, and we'll do another C. Yeah. Awesome. The one down. All right, so now we have this guy. All right, and then you. Uh-oh. Oh. Did I just get lucky and pick the one spot?
Critical.
Yeah, I think I did. The one spot that's actually a block between two slopes. Yeah. Oh man. All right, that's great. Cool. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing. Go here. I've got a vent there. And yeah, we can come up through the bottom. And I don't believe the back is exposed on this, is it? No, it's not. Okay, yeah, so that'll work. Sweet. Come here. Do the greeble. I need a C. We'll do that way. So you can see it from the side there. And then two there. And there. There we go. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Look, if you're gonna take the words that I say and hold them against me, like I I don't see how that's fair. No, you're right. I did say that. Um, yeah. I'm gonna say greebling like is somewhat of like that the greebling doesn't usually get that treatment. Um, because in my mind, like the light and the dark is like I know you're kidding around. But for what it's worth, um, the light and the dark is not the same as the coloring. So a lot of times I will do like I'll do the like the near black and the near white, and then with the intent that like the stuff I make black, like that's the color it's supposed to be. Like I have no intent of ever changing that anyway. Um, but the stuff that's white is usually the stuff that I'm like, oh yeah, I'll color this later, and then a lot of times I don't. So, but greebling usually gets because greebling usually gets like a dark color or something, you know. But you are right. I did say that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't really say anything else to that. Whoops. All right. Do I want to make all of this red because danger? Let's see how it looks. Okay, cool. We got that one. Stuff doesn't matter. I think it's going to be a bit much. Yeah, I think it's a bit much. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I will do the greebles.
Fuel
Damn it.
critical.
I think if you don't go back and hit the greebles with some like a lighter, darker something, they don't. I think they don't look right. But leaving a ship white can look right, which is why I usually don't end up going back later. Hmm. What do we have here? Oh shit! Damn it! I like white medical bays, like with the glowing outline, but they don't work well when the ship itself is white. I'll do like that. Surely that will motivate me to come back and paint everything later on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like that or not. Sometimes I am. Pardon me. Sometimes I'm like that. I don't think I'm like that too much about space engineers, mostly because I don't tend to build really big things that take lots and lots of days to work on. Like this is definitely an exception for me. I'm like that about other things. Sure. There are a number of video games that I never finished because I'll come back to that later. I'll do that later. Yeah. Yeah. I try to be very self-aware, about uh, what is the term? Basically, for like the it's not biases, but like the subconscious like tendencies and air. Well, I guess like air like logical fallacies. I guess like the logical errors that we make. Like oh I'll do it later, and later never comes. That kind of stuff. Try to be really self-aware about that because you know, like many people, I've had problems with that, or have problems with that, and that's always been a thing for me. That's been like a point of what's the right term, self growth, or I don't know. I'm very aware of it though. I think it started when I got into game development because the number one thing about game development is like the most important thing you can do when developing a video game is to finish the video game, which probably sounds really freaking obvious, but it's it's more true and less obvious than a lot of people realize. I've known a number of game developers, and in particular, aspiring game developers over the years, and the thing that every single game developer has in common is they have numerous projects that they've started and never finished. And and in particular, especially aspiring game developers, they're always working on something and never finishing anything. I've got a couple friends that I'm just like, they'll get an idea and it's like, all right, that sounds like a great idea, go for it. You give them encouragement or answer questions or whatever, and then 2 months later, it's like they found something else more interesting, or they've kind of lost steam or whatever. And this isn't a criticism at all, or, you know, or any sort of indictment. It's just it's human nature, and it's like, yeah, it happens. And I think when I got into game development, of course, people said the same thing to me. And in order to be even remotely successful as a game developer, you have to understand that you have to recognize it, understand it, and like actively work against it. So
Critical.
one of my strategies for that, for avoiding that, good God, is this may also come from like the agile. Is like I avoid work or project. Well, I mean that's actually a good strategy in general. Just avoid work. But I try to avoid things that I cannot get done in a reasonable amount of time. So, and generally for me, that's a day or a couple hours. So if something is bigger than that, then I break it into pieces that do fit, into that time frame, uh, and that's how I'm able to maintain my velocity. Oh my God, all the agile terminology coming out. Well, um, but yeah, that's how I go about it. Is not, not not but trying to avoid biting off more than I could chew in a single sitting. Anyway, I hope all that made sense. It sounded great in my head. It sounded very deep, profound in my head. Yeah, knowing where to stop designing is, yeah, that's an important part. Yep. That's another common problem with a lot of game designers. I mean, not really related anymore to what you were saying, but just in general, that's a common problem a lot of aspiring game developers have, is they don't really know where to stop designing and start implementing. You know, so you get these game designs that are like, oh, it's like Halo, but when you're on the ring, when you're on the Halo and there's aliens around, it's like a Grand Theft Auto, and there's like you can go into every store and you can steal every car, but uh, but all the vehicles and stuff are actually created by the players because there's a construction system, where you pick out every panel of the car and the motor you want, and the wheels, gearboxes, all this stuff, and what tends to happen is you'll sit there and basically someone describes like 5 or 6 AAA games all smushed into one, and they're like, yes, and this is my first game project. That's what I'm gonna do, and it's like, you know, you're like, well, I would really like to be supportive. That's what inside my brain says. I want to be supportive. At the same time, you know, this is wholly unrealistic because one person is not going to make 6 AAA games smushed together, games that took hundreds of people each, years each to make. And those people, all had, spanned dozens of completely different career trajectories. And you got animators and 3D modelers, environmental people, you got rendering experts, you got the rigging people who rig the things to do stuff that the animators use or that the programmers use. You got the programmers, uh, visual effects, technical direction. You got the UI guys, the UX guys, QA people. Yeah, it's just, and then you get someone who's like never done a game in their life, and half the time doesn't know how to program either. And it's like, this is what I want to do for my first project, and you're like, oh, you dear sweet summer child. you know, uh, I don't want to crush your hopes and dreams. So, but why don't you do Space Invaders or Asteroids first? And once that's done, then move on to something else. Yeah, knowing where to stop designing that's key. All right, well, it was a fun little diversion. Paint the cargo orange. Love doing that. Let's see. All right. Everything
Fuel critical.
over here is connected. Even my cargo access points, my refill stations, cargo fuel thrusters. Great. Over here, all the refineries, all the assemblers, reverse thrusters. Okay. Oh, and the back network also does all the air vents in the main area, the reactors, and right there would be the refill stations. And there's another one right there. There. Oh, wait a minute. Right, I got that. This one, oh, this one's in a wall. That's why I did. Okay, yeah. All right, cool, cool, cool. So now up front, those are air vents, right? And a refill station. Okay. All right. Well, let's go for the easy win. So we go boom, boom. All right, the refill station's right there. All right, so this will be a T. Do I want? Yeah, we can face them downward. So we got that. We need a straight. And then we need C. All right. So we have right. Okay. So these are down. So they're all airtight. So if I put there's a hole right there. Okay, so I need a C like that. That keeps everything airtight. Then I need a T. I will put it like that. Um, okay, so at this point, this will still vent the interior. So I think what I'll do, I've got to cross this airlock. I'll put it straight, and I'm going to rotate it like this to seal that. So at this point, that's all airtight. So now whatever I do over here doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter at all. Oh, that's an airlock. Okay. And boop, 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 boop. Two. All right, cool. Let's put there. One, two, and three. Oh, you know what? If we do like that, That looks cool. All right. Put my refill station back in here. Yep. Refill. Boop. Cool. Okay. So that is okay. That's all the stuff up top.
Fuel critical.
Oh. Oh shit. That's all the thrusters on the bottom. How have I just not noticed those every time? Okay. It's fine. What is that is the medical room, yeah? Yeah. Okay. And those two are the air vents right above it? Yeah. Okay. And Jesus, there's just nothing close at all. Okay, what are these green? Oh, more air vents. Oh, okay. All right. Let's. Oh, there we go. Whew. Let me in. All right. So. Okay. One, two. Me out. Thank you. What is that? Oh, oh okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think I can bring these. I don't think there's a way to connect them left and right, but I can bring them back. Right? One, two. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. So get some straight pieces. There we go. And let's do like that. I think having that panel over the conveyor won't look right. All right, so that'll connect those two. Two. Over here, do the same. Yeah, wait a minute. Wait. Why? Oh, because I bought her off the back. So if I brought it off the back, then that means. Oh yeah, I could have just. Oh, I did. I did do that. Oh, okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. All right. There we go.
Fuel critical.
Yeah. All right. So we got our C right there. We've got our straight right there. Yep, that's it. Right on. Okay. Let's get side. All right. Cool. Oh, looks like okay, medical room still not connected. It's right there. I mean, come on now. Should be connected. Okay. Okay. So I just need to right here. Boop. Yep. There we go. Or do I want I think this is a safe place to add a little detail. And boom. Awesome. I left room to replace my jump drives with Protech jump drives should I ever decide to man up and go get them. I don't think that was a nice thing to say to me. Wow. I guess this is how it starts, right? You get popular on YouTube and then the hate flows in. Oh, right. I got you. Yeah, because they look like the safe zone. Yeah. Yep. 3x3? Yeah, 3x3. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. They would fit, wouldn't they? Wouldn't even have to make them stick out the wall or anything. Just get rid of those 3 panels and boom, they're good. Yet another supporting argument for leaving extra space in a build. And then what about the Protech fusion reactor? Oh, that's actually seems smaller. What was that 2x3 by 2? Oh yeah, that's smaller. Although, oh yeah, there's definitely room. Yeah, because it's the same width, huh? Yep. I don't think in terms of the Protech really. I don't. I feel like it's neat. I'm glad we have it. Um it's more blocks to build with. But since you can't reliably or consistently get them in the game. I, I don't like to design around using them. But that's a good point. Like, if you have space, then it's not, if slash when you get any, you can put them in. Oh yeah, I guess you. Oh, that's right. You can. You use the scrap and the assembler to then build the other things. Yeah, that's true. No, I've attacked I've attacked like two Factorum bases ever. Um, yeah, one was a genuine, like it was like a survival, genuine playthrough, and then another one was like quasi survival. I had admin tools on, and I was like, oh, I'll just let me jump out there, and then I made a copy of my ship and attacked, and then kept pasting in new copies of my ship as it got blown up, and I did that until I defeated the base. So that's the extent of the two bases I've ever fought. But I feel like the thing is, it's like Protech is like playing a playing an RPG, and you slay the dragon, right? The Factorum is the dragon, you know. So you build up your gear, you're adventuring, you're acquiring, stuff. You finally have good enough stuff to go slay the dragon, and then you get to the dragon's hoard, and you're like, all right, we got a bunch of gold, so that's normal material. And then, oh, there's a magic sword. What kind of magic sword is it? It's a +1 sword of dragon slaying. It's like, well, I can already kill the dragon, so this isn't really that big a deal. To me, Prototype is kind of the same way. If you are good enough to fight the Factorum to capture the Prototype blocks, there's no real point to getting the Prototype blocks. Like, you know, it like I said a second ago, I am glad we have the blocks. It's more things to build with. I like that. Um, I think the way they're implemented in the game is it's not done very well. I don't like that game loop. Yeah, that's probably what I should say. Not that it's not done well. It's done in a way that I don't like. I don't like the game design approach of saying, oh, for doing thing X, your reward is a tool that makes doing the same thing again easier. And it's not good for anything else at all. So I don't like, I know people like that. I don't personally. It's just personal taste. I don't like that. So that's how I feel about the Factorum, about the Prototech blocks. I think if there was an alternate method in the game to get the Prototech so that you could build out with it to begin with without having to defeat the dragon in the first place, like, I think I would like that better. Um, but then you're back to why bother fighting the Factorum, So the actual game loop is ultimately, it's just really, it's too simple. That's the problem, you know. And I know that's what the Prototech was meant to address, but I don't think it does a good job of addressing that. But I am glad we have it. It's more stuff is always better than less stuff. So okay, what do we got? Oop, oop. Right on. So I can't believe I kept missing the dark red of all these thrusters down here, and that was actually one of the main things I had wanted to work on today. I wanted to get all these thrusters connected up. I don't imagine it should be too difficult. I just figured it was going to be something I needed to figure out. And I guess I have to replace my missing gyros. That. Which would be nice if I could find a way to make this accessible. feel like there's no reason that I shouldn't be able to make it accessible. Or at the very least, if I didn't put the bottom on it, it would be accessible. I don't know that that's the approach I want to take, but it would work. So this is the orientation of the ship, right? And chances are, when I put gravity in there, it's going to extend slightly below, unless I manage to get the generators perfectly centered, which doesn't usually happen. Ooh, oh boy. Yeah,
Fuel
I
critical.
get you. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy the combat, I totally get you. Um, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%. Um, oh, I'm missing a piece. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, I enjoy the combat too, right? I feel like, I just feel like the pieces don't work together. Like they don't work well together. Like if you enjoy the combat, then you enjoy the combat, and you don't really need, like, not you specifically, but like in general, like if a player enjoys combat and they enjoy combat with like a super tough enemy like the Factorum, right? Then they're going to enjoy that. More than likely, they're going to enjoy that even if the blocks weren't in the game. I mean, they may not enjoy it if the blocks are there and then are removed, but like if the blocks were never there, right? Chances are the player would still enjoy the combat. Um, so it's like it's weird. Like I feel like, but I can also see like I definitely understand like the desire to say like, well, the Factorum are hard, right? Like the dragon is hard to defeat, so we want to give the player a reward, and I 100% agree with that. I just I'm not really on board with like your reward for killing the dragon is better dragon killing weapons. That's too simple. That's just way too simple. I mean, that's the problem the whole game has, anyways, right? Is the game loop is incredibly narrow. I still love the game. I don't. I know I sound negative when I talk about this. Like I still love the game. Um, so don't get me wrong. But from like the perspective, like the professional perspective of designing a game, like the game loop is incredibly simple, and the immediate direct feedback loop of kill the dragon, get better dragon killing stuff, kill the dragon, get better dragon killing stuff is it's so trivial. It's like I feel like if I turned something like that in school, I'd get like a C, you know. Um, I feel like a better reward would be like write a backstory, you know, write a backstory to the game, and when you every time you defeat the Factorum, you find a piece of that backstory, you know. So um, now combat is fun. Combat is also like costly in terms of resources, which is good because the game has no resource sinks otherwise. So you need something that drains the player of resources, right? So you engage in combat because it's fun, which drains your resources, which is good because you're constantly getting more anyway. And then your reward is, oh, we start to learn about the backstory. What happened? Why is there nobody in the damn universe? Like you get all this information. It's entirely optional, right? But oh, I'm sure that sounded good. You know, it's entirely optional. But if the player chooses to engage, like in the Factorum, the dragons, right? Um, like there is a reward to it, and but the reward isn't immediate. Oh, now you're stronger. You know, I feel like end game content, like early game, your feedback loops should be like making you stronger, so that you can get to like the mid game, right? And the mid game is theoretically where you'd want most of your play to occur. But then when you get to the end game, your rewards really shouldn't be making you stronger anymore. Like they should make you more diverse, right? So instead of a feedback loop, like power gets you more power, it should be more like an investment gets you, yeah, power gets you more power, but your power should get you different abilities, like maybe, and I'm using these terms loosely. I'm not necessarily speaking directly like power as an energy or firepower, but just like player power, player capability, right? As that increases, instead of suddenly like your power increases your ability to get more power, which is like the early and mid game, your late game, which is where your Factorum sits, your power should actually diversify the player, right? So, or just flat out like using that power should just flat out be a resource drain, right, and not provide anything at all. Which is why like where I went with the lore idea, because if you're getting lore, like if you don't want the resource drain, then that's fine, right? Like we've played this game for 12 years now, 13 years now, with no lore, so like nothing changes, right? But if you choose, then you can fight the dragon, and you can find out interesting stuff. I would love to know the backstory, um, but at the same time, a very like what's the term? Like optimization oriented player who's like, oh, I only do things that like minimize loss, maximize game, like then they may avoid like the Factorum or whatever, because I don't care about the lore. Anyway, I don't. It's different philosophy to game design, different approach, um, and it's not that objectively, it's not that the way Keen has done it is bad. Subjectively, I feel what they've done is bad because I don't like that approach. I don't know. I think there are better approaches, but it's perfect. It's a perfectly valid way to design the game. I just wish they'd done something different. I hope that made sense and didn't just sound like a bunch of waffle. Okay, I think, was it supposed to be? Yeah, there we go. And I also hope it didn't sound like I'm not trying to. It's hard to say things sometimes, and be fully and to say them fully qualified about how I think. Like I tend to speak in more absolute terms than I feel, simply because I'm trying to convey an idea. If you hedge everything, I feel if you hedge everything you say, like I just did, right? Uh, the actual meaning gets lost. It's like I don't know what the fuck you're trying to tell me. So I hope it all makes sense and it doesn't come across too harsh. You know, yeah, because I don't want it to be. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm not trying to be harsh. I just am. Yes. Not. It's not my intent. Okay. I think I can run this down sideways right here. Connect to that. Cool. So let's put. I can do this. I'm trying to think whether or not I should leave it exposed or not. If I'm about to run it inside through a wall. Oh, wait. Right. I just talked about using the. Just need to flip this. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not going to have. You know what? Let's dig out the hole first and see. Uh-oh. Oh, where does this go? Oh, okay. Oh, that's a straight. Okay, so we'll use a T. I will put the T. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can't see it anyway. So I need to come up and go sideways. Oh, yeah, I don't think. Oh, let's put the C in here. If I put a C in like this, then the straight, in order to seal it off, the straight will need to go this way. I can flip this one around if I want a random, just a random conveyor visible. I think I'll just do that, and then I'll put something there. Vending machine or something. I think it will look weird with just the one block exposed. All right, but hang on. This will look fine. If I'm going to flip this around anyway. Oh, no, that won't work. Actually, shit, I don't think. No, that's not going to work at all. Right. Okay. So this one needs to be. Damn it. This one needs to be there. Yeah.
Fuel critical.
Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay, so then these two. Yeah, they can be like that. That one's rotated, so it'll be sealed, and then here. It doesn't matter, but it's going to be sealed if I do that. Okay, so then, boop, boop. There we go. Sweet. Yeah. All right. I think that works. Out we go. One here. All right, that's connected. It's all connected to the blue network now. Great. We still do have the two networks. Still have these thrusters here and all the things on the bottom. All right, cool. Cool. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, Robert. I know. You're just goof. I know you just give me a hard time. Like, and it's all good natured. I totally get you. Uh, it was just uh, a launching point for me to ramble about something. My favorite thing to talk about is game design and what I don't like about how other people do it. Hey, Michael, what's going on? Hey, James. Well, Glenn, what's up? What's up, man? Hey, seen you forever. Have you tried the Gyro Buster mod? Uh, no, I'm not. What I don't know what that is. Michael, you'll have to tell me about it. Never heard of it. The X exposed to the inside will cause air leaks. Yeah, I got you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Glenn. So, yeah, that's actually part of the build info, which I have been using forever. I think it's something you use normally as well, if I recall. It's this little tool at the bottom right there. You just drop it. I think it's called tool, multi-tool. Yeah, you just drop them on there. And I never knew how to use it before. I literally I don't know another user showed me how to use it. I think it was literally yesterday. But you pick it, and then on the right there you can roll the mouse wheel, and there's like 3 different tools. And if you scroll to that, point at a grid and left click, and you get boom, you get your conveyor system. And I don't honestly, I don't know how I've lived without this before. Probably probably by not making anything anywhere near as big. So, and then right click, it goes away. Really, really, really handy. Um, as far as what project I'm working on, oh yeah, no, don't worry, man. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know how the Steam notification stuff works. I get notified of some people, and but mostly I don't get notified of anyone. So, and who knows if that's something I've done or something they've done. And if you don't get notified, that's fine, man. I don't I don't expect you to be here every time or anything like that. You do your own thing. It's all good. Um, it's always nice when you do manage to get in here, though. It's cool. As far as the project I'm working on, so booster for gyros, a big gyro. Oh, okay, I got you, Michael. No, I'm not used to that. I've seen those things though. I don't normally build big ships. This is literally the first big ship I've ever built from scratch that I'm actually finishing, and I think it's only the third big ship I've ever started. The other two are failures that I've done on my other grab bag streams. So yeah, building ships this size is not something I normally do. So I've never really needed the super gyros. But yeah, I've seen people use them. The group that I've been playing with lately really like to build very large ships. So that's why I'm building a large ship to fit in. That group is playing. We're playing Never Surrender on a server. There started out, there's like 4 or 5 of us, and there's like, I swear there's like 9 or 10 now. There's a ton of people. And originally the people that I was playing with, when we first kind of all first played together, as you do when you play with new people, you tend to be like, hey, look at this, I built that, look at that, I like what you did, what do you think of this? So it's kind of a showcase. And basically they all like to build these massive warships, and I don't build anything near that size of vehicle. So so that's backstory, right? So we decided to play the Never Surrender scenario, and we are basically doing a survival start, building up our industry so that we can build ships to go play the scenario. And I know that they all like to build really big things. And I also know that when the scenario starts, you don't have a lot of time to go and do really anything. You get like between 1 and 4 minutes between waves, which is, it's barely enough time to pop out and weld something. So in order to play, because the goal is to do 100 waves, we're going to need to have established like facilities to already be refining or building components, have repair. Like we kind of need an infrastructure established, right? So especially if people are using giant warships or whatever, because we're not going to have time to go mine for ice, for example. So I decided to build a large supply ship, right? So it turns ore into components, right, and provides gas. So if you need ammo or material, like if you have a self-healing ship because you got welders integrated, you can come here, dock up. Almost everyone's running Izzy's, so you have a cargo container set to pull whatever it is you keep stocked on your ship, dock up, wait a minute or two, pull what you want, and out you go. And then because there's enough of us, what we can do hopefully is if we need more material, people can leave the area, go mine stuff, bring it back, dump it off in the ship, and then jump back in the fight. So that's the idea. So I built a ship for that, this here. And then there's possibly 2 other people that are also building very large ships like this for similar purposes. I think mine is the most specialized. I think the other two people are doing kind of more like everything bunker, battleship, refinery systems, uh, which is fine because we'll have, you know, three is better than one. So that's the intent here. And part of the reason I did this was because I guess a little more backstory is, so I knew that they all like to build giant warships. So I was like, oh, all right, well, I guess I'll build a big warship. I'll show you the big ship that I built. This is my big ship. That's it. This is it. This is a big ship for me. This is like bigger than probably 85% of the ships that I make. So I had made this and I was like, okay, or I designed this and I was like, okay, um, in the on the server that we're playing on, um, I have a miner and I've been accumulating resources so that I can build my ship for the scenario. And right now it's like a tunnel boring machine. And right now the thing's got, I think, 15 or 16 refineries on it. It's absolutely massive. And so I want a place to put all that. So I was like, well, I'll just turn it into a giant ship. I'll tear it down and I'll build this giant ship and have a reason to continue working on building up and mining stuff. So that ship I built to supply this ship and others, well, that are probably bigger. So anyway. What the same as 50 gyros. Oh yeah. Yeah, Michael, I've, I've
Fuel
heard that they're
critical.
really powerful. I'm not normally a big fan of like mods that are like it's the X block, but you know, X times more stronger, you know, it's this gun, but it shoots farther, it does 100 times the damage, or it's this thruster, but 10 times as powerful, or use this reactor, but 100 times the output, or this gyro, but 1,000 times the power. I'm not really a big fan of those mods, because they can really wreck your designs if and make it hard to go to other servers or play with other people. If you get used to like take a thruster mod that triples thruster power, right? Um, your sense of how much power, what thrusters you need to make a ship say fly in atmosphere becomes distorted. And if you go play on a server with people who don't have that particular mod, um, then you're going to run into problems. I'm sure that sounded good. You're going to run into problems designing things to play there. And the only reason I think that's a problem is because these mods that are like, you know, this block with 10x, that block with 100x, they're not super like ubiquitous across servers. Like most servers will have, say, like build and repair or build info or whatever. So you can sort of like count on most places. And granted, those are utilities, not blocks, but you can sort of count on those being most places. Um, and if they aren't, because they're utilities, it's no great loss. But for like, it's like a weapon mod, you know, a block mod that has weapons in it, right? If you cover your ship in a bunch of like super railgun turrets that are only in your, you know, your Halo weapon pack, you can only use that build on servers that have that mod pack, you know. And now weapons are kind of easier because they're usually on the outside. Like if this ship, like if those were all modded turrets and I went somewhere and I tried to build it and they didn't show up, that's fine. You know, the server will have other weapons. We'll slap them down instead. But so it's a little bit easier. But stuff like gyros and thrusters and kind of your well, gyros and thrusters and, well, I guess your power blocks too. Like I tend not to use those. I get that they're really useful for like for really really big ships like this one here. But since I don't normally build big ships like this, like it's not a pain point I run into very often. So, you know, that's one of the other attempts right there in the background. This is just like, this is not something that comes naturally to me. That's something Anyway. All right, Glenn. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know that I'm interested in flying a carrier, but I appreciate knowing that it's out there. It's an option because you never know. Why does this look weird? Oh, yeah, you never know. They may say something at some point. I'm like, oh, I know where I can get a carrier. Hello, Ray of Free. Oh, Glenn, yeah, I that's for me personally, that is a problem I have with really big builds as well. Like they can just get exhausting, you know, like I've been working on this thing just today for I don't know 3 4 hours since the stream's been on. I've just been working on the conveyor system. Granted, I stop and run my yip yap a lot, you know, and I talk with people and I get distracted. But still, you know, like I totally get it, man. I totally get why you could get burned out. Let's turn the light on. Yeah. And I can't say, oh, that's why I don't build big ships. But it is like it is a deterrent, right? It is part of the reason why I've not been motivated, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Modless blueprints are they yeah, I agree. Like you kind of if you are interested in like being able to transfer blueprints between different servers or with different gaming groups, you have to be really careful what the mods you use because yeah, you could get so I think part of the reason because you're absolutely right. Like you can end up with like ships missing blocks and whatever. And I was bit real hard by that. Well, I at the time, in retrospect, it wasn't a big deal, but at the time it was a big deal to me. I was bit by that a long time ago.
Critical.
I played on a very popular server, and it was real like I'd only been playing the game for about 3 months, and then I played on the server for I don't know probably another 3 months. So, in retrospect, not a big deal, but at the time it was. And I built a ship using well, we didn't have the corridor blocks at the time in the game. So there was this mod that was super popular. It had like 200 corridor blocks. They had quarters with lights and LCDs and windows and all this, every combination you could think of. Awesome mod, right? The server had it. So I used it to make my ship. And then when I went to load like the ship in another game I had, just like a first person game, like the blocks are missing. And granted, I can add the mod in, but if I go to another server and they don't have that mod, those blocks are missing, right? And then I had to figure out how to make that blueprint work without those corridors. And the thing is, I use the corridors because that's what I need to make the blueprint work in the first place. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I feel you on that. And then there was another thing where there was another ship I had where I used just an oxygen tank, a normal oxygen tank, and for whatever reason, I don't even know if they done it on purpose or whatever, or why this happened, but that oxygen tank on the server was actually a small hydrogen tank. So every time I loaded that blueprint, it took me a while to figure this out too. Every time I loaded that blueprint in any other game, those oxygen tanks were replaced with small hydrogen tanks, and I was like, what? And I couldn't figure out like why. And honestly, I don't know how I figured out what the problem was, but that is what the problem was. So yeah, yeah, block mods. Yeah, you got to be real careful if you want to use your stuff other places. Yeah. You only use weapon for the extended firing range. Yeah, yeah, Michael, that's cool. I know weapon core is yeah, it's incredibly popular, um, and I know it can do a lot more than the vanilla weapons can. Uh, I just I don't like it because it's not very user friendly. It's not intuitive, and in order to use it, you've got to you don't configure your hotbar the same way. So that actually kind of goes back to the previous point where, like, even if it's the vanilla weapons, but the weapon core version, in order to use them, I have to put different things on my hotbar. So then if I load that ship in a game without weapon core, even if the weapons are still there, like the hotbars are all messed up and I have to reconfigure them. And I hate doing that. So I don't use weapon core. Even though I've heard so many good things about it. And it's really a shame because I would like to, but I can't stand the UI and having to reconfigure every time I move back and forth. Rave Freak, no, I don't have a PCU limit. This is this is just a single player game here, and then the server where we're going to be using this, we don't. It's a small private server, so we don't have PCU limits. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what Glenn just said. Yeah. Sorry, I was catching up. All right. Oh yeah, engines. I'm not sure why, but I keep, like, subconsciously I keep drifting away from these thrusters. Not sure if there's a problem there or something. All right, what do we have here? A reinforced conveyor tube. Okay. And another one. And another one. Okay. Well, maybe. Oh, and there's more there. Oh, there's a lot more there. Okay. So if I slid this whole row one to the right, they'd be directly over these conveyors. I can convert those to junctions and drop these all down one. Just for a warship, that'd be a great idea. Because, you know, compact is better. However, I'm pretty sure these conveyors are exposed inside. Yeah, it's these. Okay. So if I wanted to do that, these would have to become conveyor junctions. Well,
Critical.
yeah, some of them would. And I think that's ugly. But now I think this one here and that one are the ones that are currently above the thrusters. So I could probably convert those into, I was going to say into a T. I mean, I could do that. Conveyor tube. All right, let's just break it. Boop. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All right, I could make it a T. However, that would then break the air tightness of that area up there. So if I made it a T, I would need to use a junction here. I need to use a junction here anyway because the reinforced. Well, yeah, because I need a four-way split. Yeah. All right. Let's try this. Do both sides at the same time. Lights on. All right. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Right. Now I can't use this. I can't use a cross because I need that air tightness to be is broken. So I do need at least one junction. Boom. So air tightness is now fixed. And now I can run T's all the way down to the end. And I think what I'll do, for some redundancy, I'll just do the two. I'll do one at each end. I think that's all. That should be all I need. This isn't a warship, so I don't need to be super redundant. And then I'll just do pipes. Right? So I'll do that. That. And then here. Bam. All right, so here. Seal that up. And they didn't light up. Why? Because they are on the production conveyor, which is still not yet connected to the fuel. Okay. That's okay though. We're getting closer. Yeah, one there, one there. Perfect. And the other side? Other side looks good. All right, sweet. Okay, now we have these over here. Hey, no worries, Glenn. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, it's been a long time. Have fun mowing the lawn. Oh yeah, the official servers are they're pretty tight with the PCU limits. I mean, I'll be honest. I've enabled. I'm not sure what the default is. I think if it's changed or not. But like in a single player game, I've played games with PCU limits enabled in single player, and I rarely hit the limit. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever hit the limit, but I don't tend to build a lot. This beast is a massive exception to what I typically do, you know, and the size of the things that I typically build. Like this miner is about, honestly, this is, as ships go, this is about the size of the largest thing that I would normally use. And as a miner goes, I only use things like this on servers. In single player games, I rarely use anything bigger than a two drill small grid miner. That's what I use. I just don't build a lot of really big stuff. So even very very tight PCU limits, I don't normally run afoul. But I see other people like bump against them all the time. I see comments, you know, people they're like, oh my god, this block is 20 PCU and this other block is 5 PCU and it should be like, and I'm always like, oh yeah, okay. I don't know what to say about that. Maybe you're right. I don't know. This is the outside still. Okay. Oh wait, we should have then. Yes. Yes, queen. Okay. Awesome. So, oh no, I just happened to get really lucky with that one. Okay. Well, all right, this one I'll be really lucky with as well. Oh, no. Okay, I think actually that'll be fine. Should I extend this back? I probably should. 1, 2, 3, and then 1. Oh, it'll go right to there. Sure. Let's do that real quick. Boop. 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 And boop. All right, let's drop down a few more of these guys. There we go. And you. Yes. Awesome. And you. Right. So we go back to there. And then to there. So that'll give me, all right, yeah, that'll give me a connection at both ends, which is just the right amount of redundancy. Good. I'll use these to connect between them. All right, so let's get this connected up. All right, 1 and 2. And we'll do, I think I'll do these guys. Okay, do like that. 1, 2, and then we need a C. There. There. All right, so what do we have? We have I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so this needs to be a full-on junction. 1, 2. All right, and then we'll go. All right, these will be straights. Yeah, we'll get that cool exposed greebling there, and then actually, yeah, if we're gonna have that, I should do all of them. So this will be a T, and this will be a T. Oh, we don't have X's. Ah, damn it. All right. So there we go. Boom. And that is a lot of weird details. So we're going to go ahead and oh man, that's weird. All right, we'll do I think we'll do a flat panel here and then the rest. 1. Oh shit. All right. All right. These look good. And they give me out points. There we go. 3, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I think that works. We'll leave those 3 exposed. Sure. Awesome.
Fuel critical.
The biggest problem for me is using the mouse to fire and not without it. Oh yeah, I assume you mean with weapon core. Yeah, yeah, that's just a part of what I'm talking about. Like I find the UI is just really weird. I understand that like I'm not trying to take away from what the weapon core team has accomplished in terms of like the versatility and variety that they've provided to the game in terms of like weapon capabilities and oh look at that. Oh right, I just did this, didn't I? So like I get it, and I also get that it's extremely challenging to work with the game's API. So like again, not to take anything away from what they've done. At the same time, just because the thing is it's hard. I don't want to put this like it is impressive that it works at all, right? And it does work well. I don't personally like how it works though. So, you know, it is what it is. you know. All right, I'm gonna do this now. I think this will look good. I had a similar conversation the other day. I don't remember what the topic was, and it's like, and it kind of came down to like there was something that like I think I said something to the effect of, oh, I know what it was. Oh, Jesus, it was yesterday. talking to someone, and they're like, oh, you know, there's this thing over here, and I was like, oh, okay. So I tried it, and I was like, oh, it's not very good. Like I have a specific set of requirements for the thing, and it didn't meet them. So I was like, so it doesn't meet my purpose, my requirements, or my purposes. And what it did do, I didn't think was very good. And the response was, well, it's really hard to make it work, like to work. And I'm like, I get that. That doesn't change the fact that it doesn't do what I need. You know, it's two different things. Both can be true. Like I get it, and certainly not saying it's easy to even accomplish what it does do. But what I'm saying is it doesn't do what I need it to do, and it doesn't really matter how hard the team worked to get it to where it is, you know. So and I feel like Weapon Core is kind of like that, you know. Yeah, it's amazing. It does great things. There are just too many things about how it works that I don't like, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. Did I do the thing? Okay. All right, great. Ooh. Let's do this. Yeah, it'll work. Cool, 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 cool. All right. Well, I made some great progress, I think. I know all the stuff is not done. Like it's not a single unified network yet, but it is really getting there. All the thrusters are connected. That was huge. That, I mean, it wasn't actually huge. Like I just wired them up just now without really thinking about it. Um, but oh, wait a second. What's going on? But it was something I was like, oh, I gotta do. It's a chore, you know, chore I had to do. Okay, but this one is not connected. So that I believe is because, yep, because of that. I may need to flip these refineries. If I flip the refineries, that means inside these will flip. Ah, that's why I flipped them. Actually, do I need to? I don't really. There's no reason they need to be the same. I mean, I like the symmetry, but I also like asymmetry. Oh, I did not realize that was not airtight. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's going to be an ugly problem to fix because I got stuff like that. Okay. All right. Well, that'll be a thing I got to solve. Cool. Well, I'm really happy how this has come along. Yeah, that one random black one there. Cool. Copy. And my friend showed me this. He's like, hey, if you take two ships and then you mirror them and flip them upside down and smush them together, you get an even cooler ship. And he's right. If I put it like this, got rid of that one. That would also be a very cool ship. All right. Well, I think that's going to be enough for today. I appreciate you guys joining me. Oh, Ray Ifrit, you asked on advice for protecting your base in a tunnel. Protect from like what's the scenario, man? If you're on a server, a multiplayer server, living underground is not a good idea because the holes that you dig in the ground, the way the game displays them, it's called the level of detail. As you move away from the planet, the game basically draws them bigger and bigger. So someone in orbit around a planet Do I have any planets here? Yeah. So like from this distance, which I'm at least 163 kilometers away, from this distance from the planet, if you had a base under the crosshairs right there, I would see a deformity on the planet right there. I would know that someone had dug something there on the planet. So when you're in multiplayer server on a multiplayer server that really like emphasizes PvP or whatever, um, living on planets is a bad idea because you can be found very easily. And then what people do is they will wait until you are offline, and then they will drop down and snipe your turrets and raid your base and loot everything. So that would be my first suggestion. If you're not on a multiplayer server and you're underground, I don't know what you're worried about. Like you would need, like, I don't mean that sarcastically. Like you would need to tell me what it is you're worried about, because there's absolutely nothing that will harm you underground. Um, the wolves and spiders, they're not going to come get you. NPC ships won't come get you. Now, I have experienced, like a long time ago, I had a base in a single player game. It was underground. I was using MES for the NPCs, and I had a weapon mod pack on in the game, and because it was a game that it was a single player game that was using all the mods of that server, that big server I used to play on, and they had a big weapon mod pack, and so it was just to get experience like with those weapons and systems. So I had that mod pack, the weapon mod pack, and I had the MES NPCs, and then I don't know if it was a separate mod or just a setting, but basically I said, okay, randomly swap out the NPC weapons for mod pack weapons. And what happened to me was I had a base on the ground, and an NPC that was above ground had a railgun or some sort of laser or whatever, and literally shot through the ground to target a battery or something on my base. Now, I would say, and I was using weapon core as well. Now, I would say that's probably not how weapon core or that weapon were supposed to work, but they did do that. So that was a problem. But otherwise, like I mean that's a very strange edge case and probably not by design. So I'm not really sure what you might be concerned about. It's YouTube, so leave comment. Like I'd never asked for this normally, but leave a comment below the video or below the stream or whatever. Tell me your situation. Tell me what your question is, and I'll be happy to give you whatever advice that I can. Oh, your unofficial player already blew up your base, or your space base. Yeah, you're playing on official servers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's just the nature of the multiplayer game. Yeah, space. The advantage of space spaces is that it's security through obscurity. You can be far away, and it's hard to find you. It's still not impossible. There are ways to find people even far away. But on a planet, it's really easy. First of all, because there aren't that many planets. Planets are easy to find. Like there's no challenge to get to a planet other than literally covering the distance. And then once you're at the planet, it's really easy to find any damage or digging or holes or whatever on the planet. So living on a planet or making a base on a planet is just, yeah, you're gonna lose all that time and effort. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, if you want to elaborate, you have other scenarios or whatever, post them in the comments, and I'll be happy to answer or whatever. Or you can jump on the Discord and you ask there. Yeah, my Discord's pretty subdued. It's pretty chill. So there's a lot of people on it. There's not a lot of activity. So if you jump on and have a question, you'll get, you should be able to get some answers relatively quickly. There's a couple people who like to chit chat, but you won't be like lost in the crowd of noise or anything like that. So anyway, I gotta get going. It's been great. I've had fun Thank you all for hanging out and watching me as I work on this beast, and patiently sitting through my little lectures on whatever aspect of games that I felt like talking about at the time. Uh, yeah. So I really appreciate it. I'm glad you guys hang out and visit. So I will see you guys later. Goodbye.